if you get eliminated, we'll get your.
Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live, coming to you from TCH Social Austin, our newest room. Wrapping up our grand opening week with the final table of the $300,000 guaranteed tournament. We've got these 9 players who have outlasted a field of 1,143 entries total, competing for nearly $50,000. I'll put the payouts up real quick. Players will be getting started in just a moment. So they've all locked up $4,990, fighting for a total of $49,680 up top. See the pay jumps. I'll put these up again as we go on tonight. Lots to play for. It was a really fun tournament. I played it myself 4 times, in fact. Managed 19th place and cheering these players on. None of them busted me. Whoever busted me, somebody got them, which fills my heart with joy. Dr. Warrior with King Jack of Spades makes it 200,000. Min raise as we play 50, 100, 100. One of the middling stacks as we come in.
200,000 is the best.
David's got the 7 deuce offsuit. Easy decision for him. Staying on the button, ace-9 offsuit. You are against an under the gun opener. I don't blame him for tossing that. Dr. Lawyer gonna get it through. All right, so he adds a cool $250,000 to his stack, and we get on to our next hand. Russell dealing the cards for us to start the night. Longtime dealer in Austin. Welcome to all of you watching in the chat. I see Dylan checking in. I see Damon checking in. I've done battle with Damon many times in many cities. Great to see you in the chat. Leo, happy to see these jacks. Bob, our short stack, releasing the ace-5 suited. A hand that certainly could have considered going for it. As a bluff, obviously. The short stacks are the ones who need to make something happen. We see Dr. Warrior defend the big blinds. 10-9 offsuit is going to flop a gut shot, and Leo does see an over. He may just check this back. He does check this back. Queen on the turn. Dr. Warrior now with a second gut shot. Does Dr. Warrior decide to attempt a bluff? He does. 175, about a third pot, and Leo has third pair. This is feeling slightly dicey. Does make the call. To the river we go. There's the ace of clubs. Brings in the backdoor drawers, not the front door ones. Jacks will be good for Leo if he can make it to showdown. I think Dr. Lawyer is going to shut it down, so I expect Leo to check here. Don't think there's any need to attempt some kind of a bluff. Check, check. Jacks will take it. Wesley loving the new studio. I love it too. Can't wait to actually play on this table. Nice new stage here at TCH Social Austin. I was hoping I'd be on there tonight. The cards had other plans, unfortunately. Okra Monkey, good to see you. Longtime friends of the show. As we get on to the next hand. And we'll see some cards in just a second here.
Actually, 5-fold, 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold.
Holds all the way to the button. Cowboy Tony does have a pretty big stack here. And is going to try and push these shorter stacks around a little bit, opening the 7-3 offsuit. Dr. Lawyer cold calling from the small blind with King 5 of clubs. And Kalen gets away, figuring A7 offsuit. Probably not good against both players. 7-6 deuce all hearts. Tony's actually flopped to hands. The top pair and the emergency 3 of hearts, and Dr. Lawyer not going to be able to go any further. So 49.90 is what they've all locked up. The next pay jump is nearly $1,000. 59.60 will be 8th place. Oh, yes, Wesley, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit. You hear me a lot around these parts being Austin, and happy to be sharing a final table with all of you tonight. A lot of trash hitting the muck. Cowboy Tony gonna give it another shot. This time it's Caitlin calling from the small blind, queen jack of clubs. About 13 big blinds behind. I think he'll be getting in if he flops anything. He does not. 10-4-4. Check, check. King high is best. Nobody has a heart. Caitlin does have a gutter. Don't think this can call the delayed c-bet from Tony, though. 2 overs and a gutter. A lot of hearts. We certainly don't like anything that's a heart. And this time the aggression is going to work for Tony. Ah, you're checking in from Houston. And yeah, we stream out of the Houston location as well. We stream out of Houston, Dallas, and Rio Grande Valley in addition to Austin. Be sure and subscribe to TCH Live Poker on YouTube. Get your notifications on Find out each and every time we're streaming. We do a lot of that.
Everybody good?
That's right. Back to back for Cowboy. That's a good start.
Spots, you know, make it easy. 7-fold, 8-fold. That's right. 9-fold. 1-fold. 2-fold. 3-fold, 4-fold.
Tony not going for it this time. We get ourselves a blind versus blind spot. Jeffrey down to his last 10 bigs. 9-6 offsuit, not quite the hand that you're looking for. And that's going to be a walk for David, who actually has an inferior 9. Go figure. We can't really be blasting it, though, with the 9-6 offsuit. Not so nice. And on to the next hand. King 9 of hearts for Bob. A little bit too weak from early position. Ace 10 offsuit. Wouldn't be surprised if Singh folds this. He does. We can play the suited version. The offsuit gonna be tough. Cowboy Tony with a suited ace. We'll raise it up. Leo gonna defend big blind. 8-7 for him. 10-10-7. That is a pair of 7s for Leo. Check, check. This jack does give both players a straight draw. Check, check. Queen on the end. 10s and 7s will be good for Leo. Check, check. Once more. Not surprised Leo not going for value as more and more overs appear. Certainly wouldn't want to get raised either. I don't think you'll see a lot of huge confrontations until we get some resolution with these shorter stacks. This 15 big blind stacks. See if they double up or go broke. Like if you're somebody like Leo who's got 35 bigs, you really don't want to go out before one of those shorter stacks. Singh not a believer in the 9 triz. Cowboy Tony is a believer in the Jack 10 offsuit from the +2. There's bullying the short stacks, and then there's really getting after it, which is what he's up to. Bob, one of those short stacks in the big blind, queen 6 off. Not defensible. I'll blame him for folding there. You've got another short stack for one thing, and for another, you're going to have a very hard time getting the double up with that hand. Even if you flop something, it's going to be hard to get your money in and to actually have the best hands. See Tito cheering for Leo in the chat. If you're cheering for one of these players, let us know. One of the fun things about making a Strings final table, you get friends and family cheering for you. queens for Naveen.
One call. Two fold.
Goes for the limp.
Three fold. Four fold. Five fold.
I think a min raise tends to work better
Six fold.
than the limp at this step. And Leo has Jackson. He's going to limp behind. Maybe he smells something's up. Bob limping in there with the queen five suited. Sing with the king. And it's a mystery card. We go four ways to the flop. Limps pot. And there's the last queen. It's a full house for Naveen. Queen's full of threes, and Bob has top pair. This could be bye-bye Bob. Everyone checks. Four of clubs on the turn. Bob picks up a club draw just in case he didn't have enough to go broke. He is drawing dead. Makes it 200,000. The King X goes away. Naveen is jumping for joy in his head. I'm just flatting if I'm Naveen. I'm giving Bob every chance to put that last bet in on the river. And even if he doesn't, we're in position on him. Leo floating with jacks against a bet and a call. He's thinking he's still got a shot at it. River's another three. This could be problems for Leo. He rivers threes full of jacks. Does anybody get scared of quads? Threes full of queens for Bob. As boats go, his is a pretty decent one. But not good enough. 200,000 the bet from Bob, and I think Naveen's going to make the raise now. 600. Leo has to know that his jacks are toast against a bet and a raise. Jacks are toast at this point. We got to let it go. The only thing I'll say for flatting is if you flat and Bob shoves, it is going to be a dead raise. So you wouldn't be on the hook for that much more. But whatever you're on the hook for, you're probably just kissing goodbye at that point. Leo lets the jacks go. Over to Bob.
600 total, yes, sir.
He could call and preserve his tournament life and hope something goofy happens. I probably do just call. I think a shove only gets you called by stuff that beats you or chops you. Once in a while, you'll spin up those three bigs. Just don't think a shove's going to do anything. He's got a stack of calling chips. Nightmare scenario for Bob. Naveen was under the gun. He has basically no threes. I think maybe he has ace three of diamonds.
And a call.
Bob's going to make the call and get the bad news. Naveen going to sink Bob's boat. Naveen going to get close to the chip lead with this pot. Those black green-ish chips are worth $500,000. The blue chips are 100,000, and the red chips are 25,000. For those unfamiliar with our brand new chip set, I got to hold those 100Ks yesterday. I got to hold a couple of them. Haven't gotten to hold one of those 500,000 chips yet. Maybe next time.
Two fold, three fold, four fold.
Jeffrey sub 1 million.
6 fold. 7 raise, 200,000.
Wheel opening ace 4 offsuit.
8 fold. 6 of diamonds exposed. 6 of diamonds raised. 9 fold.
Naveen with the 5-3 off. This might be an unnecessary defense.
Heads up.
He will do so, though. Pops a gut shot on ace 9-4, but Wheel with aces up.
1 check.
I take it back. This is an excellent open for Leo. He's flopped top and bottom.
7 bet, 200,000. One fold.
200K gets the quick fold. Opening into bigger stacks is always tricky business. You'd hate to get the rebet. But perhaps they played together yesterday and they have some history. I suspect the action is going to slow down somewhat until we get some resolution with Bob. Bob, our short stack by far at the moment after the unfortunate boat over boat cooler.
3 fold. 4 fold.
Aces for Jeffrey.
975.
Just what you want
5 all in.
when you're one of the shorties, and he's going to shove 975,000.
6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Only one ace left in the deck. Gonna have a hard time getting called.
9 fold.
Force fit for Naveen. Definitely considering it. Lets it go. I don't really blame him. Cowboy Tony has nothing to work with either. But Jeffrey does increase his stack 25% without seeing a run out, which is never a terrible result. Quick look at the raise first in numbers. Not a surprise to see that the bigger stacks are doing a bit more opening. Not a huge sample size yet, though. 40-minute blinds in this tournament. And we start the stream right at the beginning at 50, 100, 100. They came back today with about a minute and a half left at the previous level, 40, 80. And we were sorting through some tech problems, so we just played out the minute and a half and we raced off the 5K chips. You didn't really miss anything of note there. Red 8s for Naveen on the button.
1 raise, 325.
Chunky size, 325.
2 fold.
Ace Queen for Dr. Lawyer. Do we call? Do we 3-bet? I think he's going to 3-bet.
700.
Middling stack. Going to 3-bet into a big stack with 2 shorties at the table. One of them very short. 700 the 3-bet, which is not even that big of a size. Naveen calls in position. The red snowman versus the ace queen, the worst hands ever created. 9-7-3, pretty safe flop for those 8s. Now does Dr. Lawyer want to try and bet Naveen off of some sort of 2 live card type hands? He's going to give it a shot. 325. Like 20%. And very hard to fold a pair to that sizing. And Naveen's going to say, I don't believe you. 900,000 the size from Naveen. And this is shove or fold for Dr. Lawyer, and I would strongly prefer a fold. It'd be an absolute disaster if you go broke before these other guys. Before Bob, before Jeff. Dr. Lawyer does let it go. Naveen picking up a nice one. Kyle Frisbee in the chat. One of my esteemed colleagues here at TCH Live. Naveen only gets pocket pairs. Yeah, it feels that way so far. So Kyle would have 3x those aces that we saw for Jeffrey. It's kind of a weird spot when you have 10 bigs, especially when you have a 4 big stack at the table. Any open, I think, is going to be saying, we are getting in, we are seeing 5 cards. So, like, open shove is fine. I think the next best option is probably limp. Limping gives you the chance where you get a limped pot and somebody can flop top pair and then you actually get paid. Ace King of Diamonds for Bob. His last 3.5 bigs go in. Good luck, Bob. Unlikely to get through. He's probably going to have to win a run out. Kaylin has 9s in the big blinds, and this will be a snap call. That's a lot of Kaylin's stack at this point. So we have a flip for Bob's tournament life. 10-10-3. So far, so good for Kaylin. Bob has one more chance. He gets the king on the river. Bob survives. Both players now sitting on 850K. So it's Kaylin, Bob, and Jeffrey still in the danger zone. Remind you of these payout implications real quick. Everyone has locked up $49.90. 8th place will be $59.60. So the next ladder is nearly $1,000. That is nearly 4 buy-ins. This was a $250 buy-in tournament. Live by the flip, die by the flip. Two broadways for Bob. Not good ones. Early position. We live to see another hands. Japneet Singh's cheering for Team Singh. All right, cheering for seat 9. Cowboy Tony shoving into these short stacks. His ace 3. And gets it through. Nobody can really wreck him. It would be very inconvenient if C3 were to double through him, but he's going to take that chance. Charles correcting me, it's pronounced Callion. Seat 4 is Callion. Callion. Apologies if I butcher anybody's names. They don't give me any sort of pronunciation guides. But I do stand corrected. People butcher my name all the time. People start imagining letters in my last name that aren't there. Anyway, sing with the King Queen. Looks like a min raise. David with a raggedy ace. defends, and both players with. This is a better looking board for the big blinds.
Blind check.
And we go check, check. The 8 pairs on the turn. David has the best hand with the ace high. Does he want to tell the story that this is his board?
6 check.
Not yet.
Blind check.
Check, check. 6 on the end, double paired board. Aces and sixes, 8s and 6s rather, with an ace. Check, check. So no need for anyone to bluff. If we get a different river, like a 5 or so, like I certainly wouldn't blame David if he wanted to stab at that hypothetical river and maybe get a better ace to go away.
Yeah, she's fucked up the head.
Hedge predicting that Bob's going to put on a laddering clinic now that he's doubled up. Well, we shall see. Blinds only go up from here, and these sub 10 big blind stacks only have a few orbits to make something happen.
Four bets, 300,000.
Callian going with it, the ace queen suited. Actually, I just see a 300K raise. My mistake. It's not an all-in yet, but I imagine all-in is the likely outcome here. Leo with suited broadways of his own. King Jack of spades. Kind of flat. So about 2/3 pot behind. And if Leo lifts, you could get away. 2 overs for both players. Backdoor spades for Leo. Ace queen still best.
7 check.
Leo checks. Callian going for it here.
7 fold.
Leo letting it go. Callian back over a million
Thank
chips.
you all very much. Good luck to everybody this evening. Thank you, guys.
And that'll be it for Russell in the box. See who we get next. Not sure who this is.
Congratulations again. Hello? Yeah, it's a bit.
So switching out the decks as we do on dealer pushes here. And gonna get him scrambled and yeah, so what are your early thoughts here? Any moves that have surprised you? Any early favorites to win the tournament? We see Cowboy Tony unafraid to be aggressive so far. And that can go one of 2 ways for sure. Either you're going to build a huge stack or you're going to run into it and it might hurt. So this is Dan in the box, I'm told, by our producer Mel. Mel pressing the buttons on the other side. Hardworking production staff here. You see Kristen in the background.
C5. Call it.
Jeffrey, ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. Shoves his 975 wheel with the suited ace. Thinking about it. I don't think he has quite enough kicker to go with it. He's going to be lucky to have one over a lot of the time, so he does let it go. Jeffrey going to get it through. Kyle thinking David or Naveen, both locals who are accomplished players in the local tournaments around here in the Austin area. Yeah, I see those guys a lot myself, and certainly wouldn't be surprised if they find some momentum here. Naveen already found some with that boat over boat a little bit earlier, so he and Cowboy Tony sharing the chip lead. Almost twice the next player's stack. Naveen with the red eights again. This feels familiar. Naveen going the limp route. Decent suited ace for David. Okay, I think Chip needs him the shot right now. Says he's on the rail. Thanks for watching in person. So David gonna raise over this limp. Naveen, I imagine, gonna call. This is on a 15-minute delay. For those of you wondering, all the images I'm seeing happened 15 minutes ago. I've seen about 5 seconds before all of you do. King 6-5 rainbow, no spades. Pocket eights still good for Naveen. See if David wants to rep anything. Goes 20% pot. Just a little sprinkle to get 2 random cards out. Naveen not folding second pair yet. King pairs on the turn. Going to be a little bit harder to tell that top pair story. That said, David, our raiser, certainly could have trips. He could have ace king, king queen, king jack, check, check. Maybe a one and done situation. 10 on the ends, one more over to the eights. Naveen going to pounce. 325. He goes with a small one of his own. Maybe he's trying to milk ace high. There are some straight draws that missed. Eight, seven, certainly a hand that could bluff. Might have gone a bit bigger though. The size feels more like thin value. But on the other side of the coin, there's the fact that you can only get so much out of David given the ICM situation. Doesn't want to put himself in the danger zone. He is going to make the call. Going to see the eights. Naveen moving further into the chip lead. He's going to push the pot his way. You see our Chief Operating Officer, Victor, in the suit in the background on the right. Victor, a great guy. I remember when Victor was dealing across the street at the old Austin location. Now he's one of the top dogs around here, and nice to see good people going places. A lot of people worked very hard to get this new location up and running. A lot of people you see, a lot of people you don't see quite as often.
C3 raise 200,000. C4 fold. C5 fold.
Dr. Warrior opening up the ace-10 off in early position. He's got the chip leader in the big blind, so you got to tread a little bit carefully. The chip leader hasn't pipped. Makes the call. You could defend. You could try and bully. They're both going to miss this flop. Neither player with a spade. Naveen going to lead from the big blinds. King 8-6, 2 spades. A board that does look better for big blind than early position opener. Oh, it's a little under half pot. Dr. Warrior gonna go away. Naveen might have let him off the hook. I wonder if Dr. Warrior was planning a c-bet of his own. Now, Carl, I think David was thinking that he's beating maybe a missed straight draw or just like two random cards that are stabbing at it. That said, the sizing was so small that I don't think that there were that many bluffs. It did seem like it was begging for a call. Last Centurion Poker busted 20 seconds. Hope it was a good time at least playing that tournament. I got 19th. So, yeah, we may well have been at the same table yesterday at some point or another. Dr. Warrior with the nines. Another hand that can open.
Raise 250,000.
17 bigs goes 250. Maybe suited ace, you gotta fold that against under the gun. If it folded to him, I bet he shoves. Dr. Warrior getting this one through. Again, next pay jump, almost $1,000. Ninth place getting $4,990. $5,960 to 8th place. Playing for a grand prize of, I believe it is $49,680. By my count, we are approaching the end of this blind level. Graphics are slightly off there. Dr. Warrior's in the big blinds. He is not under the gun, so he still has that ace-5 of diamonds.
All in bet.
Cowboy Tony moving all in, Jack 10 of diamonds. And Dr. Warrior with the ace five of diamonds. I think this is way too many chips to call off, especially with the three shorties still in there. Cowboy Tony gonna get this one through. I actually busted with suited ace, blind versus blinds yesterday. Yeah, so I was down to like 9 bigs, and I was in the big blinds. Small blind shoves into me. I have ace nine of hearts. I call it off. He shows me ace queen, and per the rules, if you have ace queen, I lose, and I lost. If I have ace queen, I lose. If you have ace queen, I lose. Those are the rules. Don't know who made that rule up. I would like to talk to them. Leo with the king queen suited. Bob, ace 10 of the same suit. This could be the moment. This is the moment. Bob is all in. We're going to be seeing ourselves a run out. For sure, we'll be seeing ourselves a run out. Sing folds. Somebody's asked for a count. Our graphics haven't caught up yet. Whatever they have, they all folded. Those all seem like reasonable folds. And of course, Leo snaps him and sees that there's an over and his suit is dominated. And the king shows up anyway, but gutter for Bob.
Hello.
Queen on the end. That's Broadway for Bob. Bob going to double up. Broadway downing the two pair of Leo. Bob back in this. He's got 15 bigs now. 1.5 million. Win the all-ins. That's the real trick to these tournaments. Win the all-ins. Kyle, I was in for 4 bullets. I gave them $1,000 total. They gave me $2,590 for 19th place. Never mind the 2 triple draw bullets I dumped up at Las Colinas on Saturday. Poker Atlas Tour up there the last couple of weeks. They're wrapping things up with their own main event. And fun times for sure. Can't wait for the next one. Very fun opening week this week between the cash games and the tournaments. Profitable week for me personally, so glad to start on the right note. $250,000 the raise from Singh. And blinds are up 75, 125. The graphics have not caught up to the new blinds yet, but you can see the blinds posted. Dr. Warrior going to call on the button with the 10s. Queen, queen, deuce. Pretty safe for the 10s. If you're going to have an over, it's not the ace, and it's paired. So, reasonable chance we're good here. So going to see bet. Makes it 200K. Dr. Warrior, 14 bigs behind. Less than that, actually, because we're up. More like a dozen bigs. I like the flat. Gives Singh every chance to keep bluffing. 4 of diamonds, perfectly safe turn. The moment you raise him, you force him to have a good hand. And now he checks. And we have a pot-sized bet left behind. I don't know that shoving's going to accomplish anything. I don't know that betting accomplishes anything. He's going to check. King on the river. The over is not the best, but it looks like we can go check, check. Dr. Warrior can't take the pot without any further sweat. And here we go with another hand. Short stack Jeffrey now in the small blinds. A lot of stacks dwindling. Singh is sub 20 now. Now the blinds have gone up. Ace Jack offsuit. Gonna open. Gonna go for the min raise, the quarter mil. Dr. Warrior with ace 10 suited. I doubt he folds this. Call is okay. That's just that. David defending big blinds with the queen 4 suited. Jack 3 deuce 2 hearts. Top pair, top kicker for Singh, our pre-flop raiser. Checking, perhaps thinking that his opponents are unlikely to have anything, or that maybe he'll induce a bluff like Dr. Lawyer has just done with his backdoors. A tiny 225 bet from Dr. Lawyer. David has nothing at all, so I think this is where he goes away. Singh top pair, top kicker. Could call and keep tracking, or keep trapping rather. Could also jam. And as he jams, he goes all in. Wanting to charge any draws that might be there. Get called by an inferior jack. And Dr. Warrior makes the fold. So a little perk of making this final table. Apparently there's merch, like a hat or a hoodie or a t-shirt. These players are all getting one of those. And now I really wish I would have made final table. I had to go and buy a t-shirt like a sucker. TCH merch is available at the front desk of any of the 6 locations, be it here in Austin, or Houston, or Spring, or Dallas, or Las Colinas, or the Rio Grande Valley. all of them worth checking out. Now getting a walk. And a look at the VPIPs. We see Dr. Lawyer has been a bit active. So is Leo. Tony and Naveen next most, which is not surprising that they'd be on the active side. They do have the chips. They do have shorter stacks behind them. And so they should be leaning on them a bit in order to continue chipping up and set themselves up to have a commanding lead as we get later into the tournament. Leo gonna shove into Bob. Queen's not terrible against two random cards. And now you sort of have Bob in ICM prison. With there being a shorter stack behind him, you really don't want to go broke first. Naveen going for the limp. Excuse our graphics. We are playing 75, 125 blinds right now. And we have a shove from Callian. Shove of approximately 1 million chips. Folds back to Naveen, who does have him dominated, but certainly can't call for the Queen Jack. Johnny wants to know the payouts. I'll show you those payouts again. They've all locked up $49.90. Next payout is $59.60 for eighth. And we're going all the way up to $49,680 for first place. A lot of money to play for a 250 buy-in. 1,143 entries. 300K guarantee. That was the price. Well, we did have a little bit of overlay. I guess there are a few people who didn't get the message that TCH Social Austin is very much open for business, and we are playing some poker. This is a darn nice room, too. Cowboy Tony opening the suited broadways. Pocket fives. Not going to go for it. Jeffrey King Jack chooses the call. This gives him the option to get away if he gets a bad flop. And also gives him the option to get away if all hell breaks loose behind him. Like you get a raise, you get a couple of shoves, you can fold, and maybe somebody else goes broke and you get the ladder. you.
Thank you.
Jack 9-9, top pair for Cowboy Tony and Jeffrey.
Seat 1 check.
Naveen's got the gutter. And
Seat 2 check.
I think we're going to hear from one of these jacks. We're going to hear from Jeffrey. Naveen just has a gutter and an over. I guess backdoor time is as well. We got to fold. Especially with Tony behind us. Yeah, real disaster if we give a chunk of chips to Tony, bet we didn't have to. Does ask for the count.
Oh, actually, hold on. It's 650,000. 650. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 call.
So we do get the folds and then the snap call from Tony. And Jeffrey is free rolling Tony. Jeffrey can backdoor spades. Not anymore. Chop it up.
All right, guys. It will be.
But they are going to chop up Naveen's money.
650 back. Take your call. Six back.
And they'll chop up the blinds. So this is still a decent pickup for Jeffrey. Even if it's not the double up that he was dreaming of.
Half over here for the jack king, half over here. Is right.
Well, we got a minute. Let's talk tournaments. We got tournaments at TCH Social Austin tonight. Tuesdays at 7. That would be tonight. $3,000 guaranteed PLO tournament. 120 gets you in. 20-minute blinds. And TexasCardHouse.com/Austin or Poker Atlas for all the details. We've got the Mega Stack on Saturdays at 5 p.m. 120 gets you in there. 4K guarantee. And we'll go through some more in a bit. Callion making the fold. I'm told it is pronounced Callion. Apologies again for butchering it earlier. Thanks to producer Kristen for setting me straight there. I never intend to butcher your name. Cowboy Tony gets the walk.
Oh, T is in Tom.
Get another hands going. And number 29 of our final table. No eliminations yet. We've gone through an entire level of no eliminations. We do have a few players hovering around 10 or below. Callion with an ace and a king. Going to make the raise. Goes to $500,000. Leo with ace-5 suited. 4x raise is telegraphing where this is going to go, I think. Ducks for Dr. Lawyer. Went way too big, though. What the 4X will do is it will, I guess, deny some of the lighter holdings that will have 2 live cards a chance to defend and try and get there on you. Not being all in, you still do have the chance to get away if something really crazy happens behind you. One of the few times you could consider folding ace king, like in the tournament situation where we do have payouts that are meaningful. And Callion's in the big blinds, not the under the gun, so I'll get that sorted out real quick. We do see he has a potentially playable hand, though. Sing with the king 10 off. Yeah, makes the folds. Sing's in a terrible seat. He has the 2 chip leaders on his immediate left. Cowboy Tony rips 1.6 million with the king 8. Dr. Warrior with ace queen suited. Yes, you have the short stacks behind you, but I think you got to make the call, especially with Tony being so active. Like, we can definitely call it off, and he does. Poor Callion sitting with the queen jack suited. Like, come on, I wanted to see a flop.
C4 fold.
Makes the fold. So, can Dr. Warrior hold for his tournament life? He's got ace queen of clubs against king 8 offsuit. Dr. Warrior at risk. Ace in the window, couple of threes. Tony is all but dead. Tony is dead. Dr. Warrior going to double up at Tony's expense. Good news for Naveen, who will gain some ground as far as the lead on second place. Dr. Warrior suddenly looking a lot healthier. Have you hit like yet? Our account asks. Good question. I have. Have you? Oh, we've got a moment. Hit that like button. If you haven't done so already, tell the algorithm that you enjoy TCH Live. I'll tell you about a tournament. 11 a.m. every Saturday, every Sunday. $120, 2K guarantee, 1 re-entry. Right here, TCH Social Austin. Sundays, we do a black chip bounty. Sunday at 5 o'clock, $300 gets you in the door. $5,000 guaranteed, 20-minute blinds. TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas for all the details on all the tournaments at all the locations. Ace-8 of clubs for Bob. Bob moving all in for his last 10 bigs. Early position, ace-8 of clubs. Probably towards the bottom ends of the range. Jeffrey, the one player Bob covers, in the big blind with king-queen. You're the guy that everybody's waiting out. Like, you may have to call off, but at the same time, it was Bob who shoved. Early position. He may have an ace or a pair. Like, you could go either way. If it's Tony, I'm calling off. If it's Naveen, I'm calling off. Maybe not Bob in the +2. I could also be horrifically wrong. I haven't ran it through a calculator or anything.
No.
And here comes some more cards.
Fold C7. C8. C9 fold.
Jack 9 suited for our chip leader Naveen.
One fold.
Excellent timing on that fold. Cowboy Tony waking up the ace king of diamonds makes it 300.
Five fold.
And this should just get through. And we see a cheering section for Tony. If anyone's got a virtual cheering section, don't be shy. Let us know in the chat. I know we've got a Sing fan. We've got a Leo fan.
We have about 10 minutes remaining in this blind level.
Perhaps you heard him. We've got about 10 minutes left on this level. I think the next one is 75, 150.
9 folds. 1 fold.
Average stacks will be getting smaller. About 28.5 million chips in play.
4 folds. 5 folds.
Blind versus blind. David with a queen. Queen 5 off. Pretty ragged. Decides to just give Leo the walk. Leo found a way to win with 6-4 offsuit. Dylan's saying Cowboy Tony once bluffed him after he folded. That is intimidation. Yeah, that is a strong image. You know, with no cards and go for the bluff and get it through. Two aces for Naveen. Don't go big.
One call.
Gonna limp. Like, I would probably min raise. Like, at the limp, especially given what we've seen before, I think this limp is going to be a little bit face up.
6 fold. 7 call.
Leo has suited wheel cards, and Bob has a free look.
Check. Do you play it?
$500,000 in the middle. Aces against some suited stuff. Let's look for some clubs, some diamonds, some small cards. Top set for Naveen, and bottom pair, no kicker for Bob.
Check.
Don't think Naveen's going to make any money here. He is going to attempt to.
One bet, 325,000. 7 8 fold.
Barely gets the chips out there before they both fold. Knowing what hands were behind him, Naveen won the maximum.
One fold. 2 3 fold. 6 4 5 fold.
David A6 offsuit in the cutoff.
250,000.
Goes for the min raise, $250,000.
6 7 8
Have an 11 big blind stack. Staying in the big blind, Jack 3 offsuit. Wants to see what's left. You could fold this hand. You don't have to defend this hand. Doesn't flop very well. And it has some reverse implied odds. He does fold. David's going to get it through. Reverse implied odds, for those unfamiliar, that's a term where you're saying if the hand is likely to either be the best hand and win no additional money, or be the worst hand and lose a bunch of money because it's the second best hand. So win a small pot or lose a big one. That's not what we want. We want to win the small pots, win the big pots, lose the small ones. We want to win all the pots, but we don't want to be losing the big ones. So you'll flop a jack and he won't have anything, or you'll flop a jack and he'll have you beat. But you're not going to fold top pair. King jack off for Dr. Warrior. Lets it go. Excellent timing, Callion, with an ace and a king that are the same suit. Those are at half mil sizing again, I believe. Somebody wants to see what's left. Graphics still catching up with the action.
500,000, seat 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all fold.
Over to Naveen. Jack 9 offsuit. Not going to defend. Callion with another pickup. It's a meaningful pickup, though. That is 325,000 chips every time you steal the blinds. That's 325,000 chips. That is more than 1% of all the chips in the tournament.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I did not remember. Excuse me.
So Dylan, has Cowboy Tony ever beaten you when he wasn't at the table? Okay, he is going to be at the table. He's not going to miss his big blinds. So the rule is you have to be within arm's reach when the last player receives a complete hand. Otherwise, you have a dead hand. Callion limping the king-queen off. Naveen flatting and Tony with a free look. 3 ways to a flop. Tony has a 6. Callion has a queen, though, for the better pair.
Seat 1 check. Seat 2 check. Seat 4 bet 500,000.
And looks like he goes $500,000, so full pot. Naveen has nothing. He folds. Tony with middle pair has a bit of a decision. Is this ever not a queen? It's usually a queen. And he does fold. Perhaps his decision is different if he were to have had a draw to go along with the 6, but not this time.
Seat 4 fold.
Jeffrey with the aces. Our short stack with the aces. And now he's going to make it 400,000. He's going to bet half his stack.
Seat 6, 7, 8, 9 fold.
I think we have a pretty good idea where the other half's going to go, given the opportunity. Oh no, Dr. Warrior has ace king suited. I think that other half is going to go in the middle. Dr. Lawyer
Seat 4,
ball in.
5
Jeffrey with the snap call.
Actions complete, guys.
Dr. Lawyer desperately behind. Ace King of Hearts running into the two aces of Jeffrey. Can Jeffrey hold? Ace King 10, gutter ball for Dr. Lawyer. Jeffrey has the club draw, and the set of aces will hold. Jeffrey doubling up. Dr. Lawyer surely glad that if that cooler has to happen, it's against the short stack and not somebody who could just end his tournament right then and there.
8, lower 8, plus the rest. Buttons right.
It's been a little bit since we've had a big collision like that.
Guys, the blinds are going up about 40 seconds. We probably our last one to this blind level.
Probably not since the boat over boat situation we had a bit earlier. Probably the last hand at this level. 75, 125, 125 are blinds at the moment.
Seat 5, 6, 4.
Force for Leo. Early position, you don't have to play those smaller pairs.
Seat 8, 4.
Over to Sting with the P6 of Hearts.
Seat 9, raise 250,000.
Goes for the min raise from the hijack. What does Naveen do?
Seat 1, fold.
He folds.
2, fold.
As does Tony. Dr. Lawyer, ace 9 offsuit. It's a better ace, but it's the small blinds, and it's usually not a better ace. Wouldn't be surprised if he lets it go.
Seat 3, fold. Seat 4, fold.
Sting gonna get it through.
Buttons right. Oh, sorry, I missed one. There's a blue one.
And blinds do appear to be up. Looks like it's now 75, 150, 150. Be at this level for 40 minutes. And the players will take a 5-minute break after that, but hang around because we do have a special announcement to make once the players hit break. You won't want to miss it. And we got another Team Sing fan in the chat. King Jack of Hearts for Sing. That's a pretty good one.
Seat 9, raise 250,000.
That's not enough. That's got to be 300. He tries to make it a little bit less than that. And I'm sure I'll get that right. Naveen has aces.
Seat 1, raise 625,000.
625, the price tag for Naveen.
4, fold. Seat 5, fold.
Over to Sing.
600.
Suited broadways. And it's a cheap price to see a flop. This could be a trap. It's a trap!
Seat 9, fold.
Gets away from it. Good job. Good job by Sink getting out of there. Minimizing the damage. Emma cheering for Jeffrey. Jeffrey's still in this. Found the double up aces versus ace king just a bit ago, but 10 big blinds. He's going to have to make something happen soon. Bob, the one player he covers right now. Callion at 11.5 bigs. David at 12.5. These stacks are getting shorter. There's now less than 200 big blinds in play. 28 million and change in play altogether. Naveen going to open. He's going to open limp.
C2, raise.
Tony going to punish the limper, making the raise.
C3 fold, C4 fold.
Ace at 450. Jeffrey with the king and the queen. And it's the two big stacks. So he could think that he could be best.
C5 fold,
Chooses to fold.
C6 fold.
Hoping perhaps that these two somehow collide. That's in a big way. But that's not happening. Lando looking for the payouts and the buy-in. I can show you those. So, here are the payouts. $49,680 for first place. All these 9 players have secured $49.90. Next ladder is the $59.60. Buy-in was $250. We did have some overlay. Prize pool coming in at exactly $300K. 1,143 entries, and I was 4 of those entries. One of those ended up in 19th place, though, so it kind of worked out. King Jack of clubs for David. Down to his last 10 bigs, small blinds.
300,000 total.
Goes for the min raise. Could just rip it. Instead, Leo does have a price where he can take a flop. See if he picks anything up. Doesn't want to double David, though, and swap stacks, so he's going to make the fold. The thing to know with tournaments is that the chips that you gain are less beneficial than the chips that you lose are detrimental. So I don't blame Leo for not wanting to get tangled up with the 9-8, especially when he's sitting third in chips. He's sub 20 big blinds, but he's third in chips. Carl, we've just seen a couple of players with aces. I think we've seen him maybe 3 times tonight altogether. 9 players, 42 hands. Leo with the king jack and the small blinds. Moves all in. Bob with the Doyle. I don't think Doyle would blame him for folding those. The 10 deuce offsuit for his tournament life. Situation gets a bit more desperate for seed 8. Sub 1 million with a 150K big blinds. Has just a couple of orbits left before he would blind out of the tournament. You give me that stack, I'm happy if I end up bladdering.
C2, raise 300,000. 3 fold, seat 4.
Min raise from Cowboy Tony with the ace-10 off.
Seat 6, fold, seat 7, fold.
Queens for Bob. Just what he needed. The upside to having just 900K to start the hand
Raise all
is that you have no fold equity when you move all in. You can get called by a worse hand. Tony has the price. 600 into a pot that will be 2.1 million.
900,000 total.
He's got the right price to call.
Call, we could go chip 4 for the camera.
So,
Complete.
Cowboy Tony going to be looking to crack some queens here. King 10-9, a little bit more away for Tony. He needs an ace or a 10. Does not get it. The queens hold. Bob is going to double up. Bob moves out of last place with that. And back above 10 big blinds. Just what the doctor ordered.
Right, seat 8. Guys, that is my thank you again. Now will be coming in.
So Cupcake cheering for David, also known as Snacks. Yeah, he does bring some snacks to the table every now and then. Local regular around here. I've played with him a number of times. Cupcake cheering for Snacks. Go figure. And we've got a dealer change. And so I'll get these decks changed out. And I'm going to tell you about some more tournaments while we have a moment. Wednesday and Friday evenings, 3K guarantee, $60 buy-in, no limit hold'em tournament. 15-minute blinds, and so that'll move pretty quick. $60 buy-in there. That's every Wednesday and Friday. Every Monday and Tuesday afternoon, $60 tournament, 1K guarantee. Nice quick way to spend your afternoon. Thursday evenings, we get the green chip bounty. 120 buy-in, $25 every time you knock out a player. And every Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, we have a $120 2K guarantee tournament. And $20 rebuy tournament every Monday night here at TCH Austin. Friday freeze-outs every Friday afternoon. And I think we have poker happening again. Cards getting dealt out. And Sal in the box now. Two aces for Jeffrey. Another short stack waking up with a big hand at the right time. Goes for this huge sizing, 575. David with the nines. Can he hero fold the nines? This is all in or fold. This should be all in or fold. This is not the right price to set mine. If Jeffrey min raises or limps, I think David gets in there. Or even if he shoves, but now David gets to fold the nines. Ace King for Naveen. We're going to see aces versus ace king again. I don't think Naveen can go anywhere. Unless he really thinks that this is like one hand.
One raises all in.
Naveen moves all in. Jeffrey's not folding. Jeffrey's calling.
I fold.
And Jeffrey's a mile ahead. Why would he fold? 3 million in the middle. Can the aces, the red ones, hold against the ace king of spades for Naveen? Let's find out. Gutter ball for the ace king. He's got to work for it now. Jack! The aces go down in flames. No, they don't. Chop it up! Chop it up! Chop it up! They made him work for that. Naveen turned the straight, but then that king on the river gives Jeffrey the same straight. Oh my God. These runouts, man. These runouts. Wow. It's really hard to suck out on aces, though. Oh my God. Jeffrey's still in the tournament. Had 3 outs to survive after that disaster turn. Certainly wasn't boring. Naveen opening the king 9 into Cowboy Tony. One of the bigger stacks. He has dwindled a bit. He thinks Naveen's messing around. He's going to go for the 3-bet, I think. Makes it a smooth million. This could work. It does work. Tony gonna pick a few chips up off of Naveen. Over 200 of you here watching this madness. Be sure hit that like button if you haven't done so already. If you don't mind, completely free to do. Helps us out. We see some cheering sections in the chat. Yeah, Carl, I do think that maybe there was a thought of testing Naveen. Leo with black jacks. Gonna test his opponents. Leo hasn't had a hands in a bit. It's been a bit quiet for him. 300K and Bob with ace king.
8 raises already.
Bob is all in. 2.1 million. He's not the micro stack anymore. This is a hurtful amount of chips that he's putting in the middle. Trash gets out of the way. Back to Leo. Jacks probably have to call here. Like, I hope you're flipping. I hope you have 10s. He does make the call. Jacks versus ace king. Bob, the player at risk. He needs an ace or a king. Otherwise, he's going to get 9th place. Can the jacks hold for Leo? No, they can't. Ace is up for Bob. Leo needs a jack. He does not get a jack. Bob going to double up. This time at Leo's expense. And look at that, Bob with 4.6 million. He had 3 big blinds. Now he's stuck at 0 on that. Unfortunate for Leo to not win that flip. It's what it comes down to so many times, though. You love to see the spin up. That's one of the fun things about tournaments. That roller coaster. It's not so fun when you're the one on the roller coaster, but as a spectator, you love to see it. Our 48th hand. We still have all 9 players. Red 10s for Dr. Lawyer. Blind versus blind. Could just move all in here. I'd probably just move all in. Makes the raise. 750,000 chips. Callion with a raggedy ace. 10 big blinds. Blind versus blinds, an ace is usually good. But that is the worst ace. Ace 6 offsuit. And you do have Leo, who is shorter than you. You could try and outlast him for that ladder for nearly $1,000. I'll remind you of our payouts real quick while we have a second. Here they are. They've all locked up $49.90. Next ladder is to $59.60. Just under $50K up top. On a $250 buy-in. King, queen for Callion. Moves all in, gets the snap fold from Jeffrey, blind versus blinds. Back to back blind versus blind hands. I like this payout structure too. And I 10x my buy-in for 19th place. Not a lot of tournaments where that happens. Even with over 1,000 entries. Naveen limping the king 6. I think if you're going to play king 6, you should be raising it. This is not a hand that wants to see a flop. This is a hand that would much rather see your opponents fold. And you get a limp behind from Dr. Lawyer. Jeffrey with the 3s, he can limp. David going to get a free look with his raggedy ace if he wants it. Or he might decide that these limps are weakness and maybe try and steal the pot. Does choose to check. 4 ways we go. Set of 3s. We see a pair of 9s. We see a pair of 6s for Lawyer and Naveen, respectfully. And Jeffrey with bottom set. 8 of hearts on the turn. Naveen picks up a heart draw. Jeffrey's going to bet this. David's gone. Naveen has a pair and a heart draw. He's going nowhere. In fact, is this a call? I saw different chips go out. Okay, so call per the graphics. Dr. Lawyer has top pair. Facing a bet and a call, kind of a wet board. Feels too soon to fold. That said, there are some rivers that are going to be bad. A lot of the overs are going to be bad. A heart's going to be bad. There's also the hope that maybe Naveen knocks out Jeffrey and you get a ladder. Dr. Warrior lets go of the King 9. Naveen needs a heart to down the set. Instead, he's going to make 2 pair, and I think Jeffrey's going to get the full double here.
5.
All in.
And then 1 call. Showdown.
And the snap call.
Here we go.
Set of 3s. Going to be good. Another double up for a short stack. We've had a bunch of all-in confrontations. We have not had the larger stack prevail yet. They just want us to be here all night, don't they? Yeah, that got Dr. Roy off the hook. He would have had top 2. And that would have been a bad situation for him. Like, he loses for sure. He loses whatever Jeffrey bet. And if he raised, then he's really hosed. Callion with the King-Queen offsuit, going the limp wrap this time off of a 12 big blind stack. Jeffrey with 10s.
5 raises. 650.
Goes to 650.
6 folds. 7 folds.
What does Callion do about this? Pretty big raise size. Gonna call.
That's it.
Ace Jack 3, 2 hearts. Gutter for Callion.
5.
Jeffrey gonna say that this is his flop. This is a nightmare flop for 10s. But it's a great flop for his range as the raiser. And the King-Queen goes away. Jeffrey gonna take it. Have the best hands anyway. Yeah, Dr. Warrior would have won a side pot if we got there with a side pot. And who knows, like if they all get there on the river. Like who knows how the betting action might go. Like he could potentially have a very hard time getting to showdown against the chip leader. Especially when you don't want to go broke before Jeffrey. Looks like Bob getting a walk. Ace queen for Naveen. Ace queen. Under the gun.
One raises.
Goes for the open. Looks like just actually a little bit more than above min. Closer to 3x, 425. Leo just folding the sixes. 4 big blinds, we might have to say this is the moment. Naveen gets through. About 10 minutes to go this level. 75, 150, 150. Pulling wide of the New York Knit with you. As we play this final table at TCH Social Austin. Grand's opening, $300,000 guaranteed. Final table, $250 to buy in. We're playing for nearly $50,000 up top.
Six raises.
David going for the min raise. Jack 10 suited. Naveen with ace queen again. Probably just shove. Just shove on David. He does. David with the Jack 10 suited. Has 2 live cards is the good news. The bad news is it's Jack 10. And you don't want to go broke before Leo, so Naveen going to take that with a 3-bet. Why do you like these graphics, Cupcake? Thanks to RF Poker making that a thing. Jack 10 suited, it's a pretty good one. I agree with you, Carl. My favorite messing around hand is 7-5 suited. Anyone in the chat with their own hand that they just like really enjoy playing, if they can at all justify it. Ace King for Leo. Our short stock gonna go in for 625,000 tournament chips or so. Unlikely to get through. He's got 2 big stacks in the blinds. Naveen has trash, but Tony's going to have a price to call with just about anything. 10-9 offsuit. This is a call. This is not a hurtful amount of chips. He has odds. 3 big blinds. No, he folds, though. Surprising. 3 big blinds into a pot that would have been how many big blinds? You had Leo's 4. You had your own big blind, that's 5. The ante is 6. Half from the small blind, 6.5. 3 big blinds, 6.5. Like, you have to win a quarter at a time. He had the equity, and it's not that detrimental if he loses those chips. I think you could have called there. I'd probably make the loose call. David with the ace king. Price tag's going to be a bit higher this time. All in for 1.2 million or so. Dr. Warrior, the last chance. He folds. David gets it through. David keeping his head above water, playing another round. Cupcake clicks queen 10. As far as okay hands, 7-4 for bad hands. Okay. 7-4, double down, right? Wrong game. You have the 10-9. You're in the big blinds. You're facing a shove for 3 more bigs. What do you do? I saw 1 vote for call. Any other opinions in the chat? We go with queens. I think we're going to see another all in. Here come all the premiums. And Leo going to get this one through. Callion going sub-million. He's going to need to find something soon. Got a bunch of white holdings that are folding. Blind versus blinds. Callion limping the 8-7. Jeffrey getting a free look. Callion ahead, 8-7 offsuit versus 6-4. We go to a flop. Lots of overs. Check from Callion. Jeffrey going to pounce. Try and take that big blind. Goes for the $250,000 bet. Gets it done. Jeffrey chipping up a little bit. Applying that pressure, but at this point, it's Callion that everybody's waiting out. I don't think you're going to see anything too crazy until we see what happens with that 4 big blind stack. Soon to be less than that. We have just a few minutes left on this level. And stay tuned after this level. We do have a special announcement. I'm folding the Broadway's in early position, probably thinking he's going to get shoved on a bit too often. So many shorties. Sing with the Jack 8. Gotta let that go. Callion, King 9 offsuit on the button, lets it go. The chart says generally that's a shove, I think, when folded to. Jeffrey with the ace was probably not going anywhere. David gonna rip with the 5-3 over Jeffrey's limp. David going for it. David going for it. Oh my, and Jeffrey's gonna get a count. It's a tricky spot. You do have an ace. That is a lot of chips to lose if it goes wrong. I don't blame Jeffrey for thinking about this one. Maybe he smells something fishy. No kicker, though. I wonder what the minimum is for him to call. Let's it go. Perfectly defensible fold. If you're going to limp fold, is something you could certainly do. You could also just open shove into him. Don't give him the chance to do something like that. Like, aggression does win the day pretty often around here. Sing with the 10s. This might be his moment. About 11 bigs or so. I think it's the right move to move all in here.
9 raises all in.
And he does.
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Jeffrey with ace jack on the button. Ace jack offsuit. 11 bigs might be a bit much.
Yeah, 1,600,000.
Against an early position raiser. He's going to think this one over. He's got another spot. He's going to let it go. He doesn't want to find himself cut down. Singh can do some harm here. David's got jacks! He's going to make the call. Singh at risk. Singh needs help in the worst way. He is behind and at risk. Jacks versus tens. Let's go to the run out. 7-6 deuce, no help for Singh. Ace of spades, no help. And Singh is eliminated in 9th place. David's jacks holding. David's jacks hold versus Singh. Singh going to be out of here. $4,990. Going to be the payout. $5,960 is what the rest of these players have locked up. Good game, Singh. Well done. Thank you for playing this tournament. And wow. There we go. First elimination of our tournament. It takes us 61 hands. I would have taken the under on that. I don't know about all of you. We'll see if we have another hand or not before these players take a short break. Okay, so we're going to have a 5-minute break here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make a very special announcement that I've been teasing a little bit. Texas Card House proud to announce the Trailblazer Poker Tour. So this will be a tournament series, a tour that will go around the various Texas Card House locations. And we're going to start out right here in Austin, TCH Social. Brand new room, 40-plus tables, an amazing facility. $2 million worth of guarantees, October 16th through the 28th. That's a month and a half from now. I got to get ready. I got to hit the books. I got to start studying these tournaments. We got the QR codes here. That'll take you to the website, and that'll give you some more details about some future stops, future dates. We don't have the full schedule up yet, but stay tuned for that. And on that note, I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Keep it right here, TCH Live.
So TCH Social, we're trying to expand and give a slightly more elevated experience. We wanted to have, the full bar, full restaurant experience. I think one of the things that has been lacking in some of our other locations is, provide, top quality food. And
Justin Richardson. I'm the corporate chef with Texas Card House.
Chef Justin, since he came on, has really helped us hone in on what our guests are really looking for.
The sweetness from the strawberry contrasts with the beautiful saltiness from the bacon.
I wanted to take something that was easy, flexible, and convenient for our players to enjoy so that they can continue playing, make it a little bit more of a homey, loungy, comforting environment versus your average poker house.
Yep. Chef Justin, how's it going?
Good. How are y'all? How was the game?
Oh, it was great. Awesome. Man, we just did a tasting and it could not have been better.
So we came at the new menu with the approach of what do they already love? What do the guests already really appreciate? And what can we build upon?
Good news is Bad Beat Bacon's still good from the second time.
This is the best Bad Beat Bacon I think I've ever had.
I definitely think the Bad Beat Bacon was one of those items that kind of set the tone for where we wanted to take the direction of the menu and kind of some of the concepts.
I mean, those eggs are just waiting to explode over there. The tater tots, all the stuff, you get all the stuff mixed with it, really good.
The chicken sandwich was killer. It's thinking about fried chicken places, you think of Chick-fil-A, I mean, I'd put our chicken up against any of those.
Because I'm just such a nerd for chicken sandwiches and I love good coleslaw too.
So I haven't had, what is this? This is French toast steaks. Oh my gosh. Man. That's a little piece of the Bad Beat Bacon on top. This is the best dessert I've ever had. With French toast, you can overcook it, undercook it, but that's perfect. This stuff in Vegas would be like,
That'd be $80.
times the price.
It would literally be like $24.
Hello again. Welcome back to TCH Live. Just another moment or so, and we'll get going. You see producer Mel and our chief operating officer Victor, our dealer Sal, getting these chips counted just to make extra sure that the graphics show you the correct numbers. So I'll put the payouts up real quick as the players start coming back. Sink got $4,990 for ninth place. And so everyone's locked up $5,960. And 7,200 is the next payout. All right, we're coming back. 1, 2, 2, 100, 200, 200.
It awarded the pot. We just adjusted things.
All right, I think we're about to have some poker again. Cards getting shuffled up now. And still shuffling, and we're dealing. Great. All right, so see a few more checking in the chat. Nebraska, good to see you. Poker Monkey, getting the gamble on. And it is Callion's turn to move all in. Ace Jack offsuit. Plenty of hand to do that with. 650K. I'd be astonished if this got through. Leo has an ace. He also doesn't have a lot of chips, but he has an ace. And an ace is pretty good against a 3 big blind shove, but chooses to preserve his life because he's got Bob behind him. Bob folds. Wow. Was dominated. I'm very surprised. He did have the price, and he did have some chips to spare. Callion catches a lucky break. Doesn't even have to see a run out. And like at these blinds, 100, 200, 200. Pardon these graphics being slightly off. That's 500,000 chips. Like he pretty much doubled up without seeing run out, which is an excellent result. One could call it a gift. Jeffrey getting a gift from the poker gods. 2 kings.
5 raises, 650. 6 folds, 7 folds. 8 folds.
Makes it 650,000. And looks like he gets it through. So it gets shuffled up, and we will get on to the next hand. We see Leo and Callion both in that 5 big blind territory. Currently playing 100, 200, 200.
Okay. 3 raises, 400,000. 5 folds, 4 folds.
Get the min raise from Dr. Lawyer with the King Jack. Jeffrey with the Ace Jack suited. And David has prematurely folded. We won't judge him that hard. Jeffrey gonna flat.
7 folds. 8 folds.
7 deuce getting out of there. So King Jack versus Ace Jack. Dr. Warrior thinks he wants a jack. That would be unfortunate unless there's a king with it. So the flop we go heads up. There's a king, king 10 deuce. Dr. Warrior has outflopped Jeffrey, who does have a gutter. Dr. Warrior continuing with his top pair. Backdoors as well. $500,000. Jeffrey going to float it. This is going to leave about half pot behind for Dr. Warrior. 10 pairs on the turn, 10 of spades. Good news, bad news. Dr. Warrior with the spade draw. That's the good news. The bad news is that middle pair just outdrew him. He moves all in. He fades the snap call, so we can be pretty sure Jeffrey doesn't have a 10. And it is half pot. So we start thinking, how many outs do we have? Because we have to be right, what, a quarter of the time? And that gets through. Dr. Warrior picking up a healthy number of chips. Puts him at about 17 bigs or so. So dealing some cards out here. Fortunately, this does look like a misdeal, so we'll shuffle up and deal again. Happens every now and then. 5 poker. Seafood and drinks around. There is a restaurant here at TCH Social Austin. It's a good menu. I've tried some of the food. I've certainly tried some of the desserts, and some good stuff. Ace Queen suited for Jeffrey. Dr. Warrior with the Knight 7 in the big blinds does decide to call this min raise. Heads up we go. Not much help for either hand. Overs and backdoor for Jeffrey. Considerably less for Dr. Warrior. C-bet could do it if Jeffrey's got it in him, and he does have it in him. Looks like same bet, 400. And we get the folds. I think Dr. Warrior gonna make an order of some kind, maybe some food, maybe a drink. We've got it all here. On to the next hand, our 66 hands of this final table. 300K guarantee, 250 buy-in. 1,143 entries, and we're down to just 8 players. Ace Queen suited for Bob. 21 bigs, not in panic mode. Min raise or something a little bit more than that is fine. It looks like 450. Dr. Lawyer also with Ace Queen. The offsuit variety. This could be the all-in moment for Dr. Lawyer. It is not. He folds Ace Queen. Callion with just 2 bigs behind, 2.5 bigs behind in the big blinds. Correction, 3 bigs behind. He folds. Bob gets it through. Callion just, I think, praying that somebody goes broke before him somehow. And I think that's why we saw that other Ace Queen fold. Is like he saw the 3 big blind stack to his immediate left. And you really don't want to go broke before that stack. So we may see things slow down a little bit until we see what happens. Naveen making the fold, our chip leader. Cowboy Tony goes for $500,000. King Queen, the hand. Callion with King King shoves for slightly more. We get the call from Tony. Gonna go to a run out. Can the Kings hold? So far, so good. And no flush, no straight. King, Queen, not the winner. And Callion's King is going to hold. Still gonna get the bill for Cowboy Tony. Callion doubling up here. Graphics are slightly frozen, I think. Apologies for that. Callion is the winner. He has doubled up. Stack should be 1.65 million. Sure, 15 minutes ago, production was furiously pressing buttons to get this fixed. I'll have another hand in just a moment. Here come the cards. I think we're holding action while we get the graphics caught up. So in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. I see over 200 of you here. Let's find out what corners of the world we've reached. And graphics are correcting themselves. Almost there, we promise. Are watching from Albuquerque. Driven through Albuquerque a couple of times. I've gone out to Vegas for the last few years for like the whole series. Oh, you're going to California for a tour. Which tour? Because I might go to California for a few days at the end of the month.
No, I know.
Nicole watching from San Diego, cheering for Jeffrey. Cupcake all the way in Round Rock. Oh my God, that's like on the other side of the planet compared to Austin. It is, in fact, the next town over for those who don't know the area.
All players rescan the card. All players rescan the card. Okay, go ahead.
I think we got the graphics now.
Starting rolling.
And David's actually the big blinds, not under the gun.
Wait, what? Where'd you play your bet?
Minor glitch.
Oh, okay. Eight falls. One full. Two falls.
King Jack of Spades, and Bob makes the call with the Ace Queen of Diamonds. Seems like a solid choice.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, so six falls.
Okay, so Leo at risk. King Jack of Spades. He outflops the Ace Queen. Can he fade the ace? Yes, he can. Leo gonna double up through Bob. Another short stack hanging around with the double up.
Yeah, certainly. No, you didn't. Oh, okay. Really?
All right, gonna get the pot counted, and I think we actually have another graphic glitch. We're missing the 8 of spades. That's a party foul around here. TCH, Austin. The 8 of spades, if you know, you know. The magic card. Per our friend Steam Dola. I mean, I think the bakery is the place to be if it's a roll call, right? Or is this a different kind of roll we're talking about? Denise says that Jeffrey's got viewers from all over. Boston, Houston, San Diego, Orange County, and Lynchburg. That is a lot of places. And brief pause while we sort out the graphics again. I'm so sorry about this. Yeah, so apparently there's a glitch with some of the all-ins is what I'm being told by production. But at least we know what the hands are and we can read the board.
Five raises. 600,000. No, you good. Six folds.
Jeffrey taking it down with his raise. Ace Queen for Naveen. Suited Ace Queen.
Oh, here you go. So it's raise. Seat one raises
was pretty big. That looks like 725.
And then 2 folds, 3 folds, and then 4 raises all in. 5 folds,
Callion with the red kings at just the right time moves all in.
6 folds,
Surely we'll be seeing 5 cards.
8 folds. This
Naveen, thinking about it, I'm not sure there's much to think about it, given that it's only 500,000 more. And he's got a lot of chips. If you're going to fold ace queen to another 2.5 bigs, you should not have opened ace queen. Oh, I see. So it's actually 1.9 million. We've got the number corrected, but okay, if you're going to fold for another 6 big blinds, you should not have opened ace queen. I stand my ground there. Like if you're folding this, you're saying Callion only has queens plus and ace king. I don't think he's that tight. As much as I like to bash ace queen, sometimes you just gotta hold your nose and call. Still the chip leader if this doesn't work out. Like he's not in any kind of danger if he doubles up Callion. We are quickly running out of maneuvering room as far as the blinds going up. He does make the call, very reluctantly makes the call. He has run into the kings. Can ace queen outdraw the kings? Callion at risk. Set of kings, gutter for Naveen. He needs a 10. Does not get the 10. Callion going to double up at Naveen's expense. The king's going to hold. Ace queen heading for the trash right where it belongs. Now Callion gets himself above 20 big blinds. Sal getting the stack sorted out. And I think Mel and or David are going to be pressing some buttons on the other side to make the computer do what it's supposed to. Because unfortunately these graphics do seem to be gagging on the all-ins a little bit. It's just such a big moment. It's too big for the computer. There we go. It's on the way. Yeah, Kyle, the short stacks are, I think, about 6 or 7 and 1 in all ends today. Blind versus blind. Bob gonna limp in there. Naveen gonna get a free look at the 7-3. 10-9-6. All diamonds. Bob with the 4 of diamonds. Check, check. Nobody's impressed with his hands. The 10 pairs. Check, check. 4 of clubs on the river. And Bob with a pair of 4s. Goes for the min bet. Quick fold. And dealer change coming. I think this is Dan coming back in. Tito, I will pass the note along to the powers that be here. Thank you for the feedback.
Slow down, take it slow, yes. Understood. Understood. Thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure to do that.
Bob going for the limp. Naveen comes along. Tony with the 10-4 taking the free look. Nine, 7, 4, 2 spades. So Naveen and Tony both have pairs. Bob with the gutter. We check through. Ace on the turn. Nobody with an ace. Naveen going to express interest in this pot. Looks like $250,000 from him, just over the minimum. Over to Bob, who has the gutter, no longer has the overs. Naveen gonna take it. Making the comeback from that unfortunate double up versus Callion. I think we're getting some orders placed here. Just drinks, are we sampling the menu? There is a bar here. Hand number 70. We are moving at a really good pace here. Naveen opens the suited king on the button. And gets it through. That's 500,000 chips. All he had to do was say the word raised. He gets 500,000 chips. That is what you want. These average stacks only going to get shorter. As we approach the final minutes of this level. I believe the next stop is 125, 250, which will get us to where there's about 120 bigs left in play for 8 players. Ace King for David. How big does he go? Not that big. 500,000, 2.5 bigs. 2 kings for Naveen. Cooler incoming. This might be where we say goodbye to David unless he can find the ace. Naveen all in. David makes the snap call. Going to see the bad news. David needs an ace. David at risk. Can the Black Kings hold to send David packing? No, they can't. Ace on the flop. 1 king left to save Naveen. Otherwise, David going to double up. That's not a king. One more chance. The river is a 3. Huge double up for David. David now over 7.5 million chips. David now one of the big stacks. And Naveen cut down to about 10 bigs. Remember when Naveen was the chip leader? That was like maybe 5 hands ago. But that's just how tournaments go. 1 hand, you're on top of the world. The next, you're not. Chip lead just means you're 2 hands from going broke instead of 1. Yeah, the king was folded. Yeah, so that's really unfortunate. The only thing more unfortunate is if somebody at the table says, "I had the king, man." I don't want to know that. Logan, thanks for the sub, and glad you're enjoying the show. But everybody is somebody's favorite and somebody's least favorite, and that's just how the world goes. Kyle, I've seen a run of short stacks like this one other time in my life, where short stacks kept doubling. It was a couple years ago. I played a 1700 main at MGM one summer, and the bubble took like 3 or 4 hours because the short stacks just kept doubling. It must have been like 20 short stacks. Like it's like probably less than 1 in 1,000 for them to all double like that. It took forever. The worst part was that they were still playing a certain number of levels, so we were there until like 5 in the morning. Like the sun was coming up when I left, like when we finished the day. And Zelo with his own Ace King horror story. Yeah, the Kings held up. Like when we don't want them to hold, that's when they hold. Naveen all in. The graphics say he has 8-4 suited. Moves all in. Perhaps a bit steamy, or perhaps a misread. Tony folds the 8s. A little bit snug if that's what the hand was. Maybe the hands got crossed up, and maybe it's Naveen with the 8s. And Naveen going to get it through. Now, so I'll tell you how my tournament run came to an end yesterday. I had about 1.2 million. And I think the blinds were something like 20, 40, 40. And under the gun min raises. And I believe it was Button that made it 175. I'm on his direct left. I shove for 500,000 effective with jacks. Goes fold, call. Our 3-better had 2 aces and he held. That was half my stack. And then a few hands later, me and him again, blind versus blinds. He shoves his small blind with ace queen. And I have ace-9 suited, and I have less than 10 big blinds, and I snap call. And he holds. is ace queen. I have ace nine, and you know, that's how it goes.
Fold C2, fold C3, fold C4, fold C5,
Naveen shoving again, letting it ride. King 10 offsuit
fold C6.
gets through again.
That is right.
So Naveen's picked up 5 big blinds in the last couple of hands after that disaster. Next hand's incoming. Still 8 players left.
Fold C8.
I'll show you the payouts after this hand.
Call C1. Fold C2, fold C3, fold C4.
Naveen choosing to limp the ace-8 off from the +1.
Call C5.
Baby suited connector for Jeffrey. Guess he's decided he wants to see a flop. David with a 7 million decides to call. Leo
All in, raise C7.
chooses to shove over the limpers with the king 9 of diamonds. Decides to punish those limpers. This probably works. He sensed the weakness and he jumped on it.
Fold C9.
And he'll probably get rewarded.
Fold C5.
Down to David with the king jack. Offsuit. I doubt he's calling 17 bigs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Assuming these numbers are right, assuming these graphics are right. He's cutting out chips.
Fold C6.
And he folds. Thought so. So that's a few extra big blinds for Leo.
C6.
Our friend's Uncle T is saying he loves the king 9 suited. Yeah, you can have some fun with the king 9. All right, next hand. See how we top that. Naveen with the pocket 8s. Surely he'll be putting some chips in. It's just the question of how many.
One raise, all in.
All of the chips. That's how many chips. All 3 million of them.
C5. C6 fold, C7 fold.
Over to Bob. Same stack. Queen 9
Fold. Can complete.
makes the fold.
Shows
Another pickup for Naveen.
button right, C7.
Does show the goods. On to the next hand. Still playing 100, 200, 200.
Fold C3. C2, excuse me, fold C3. Fold C4. Fold C5. Fold C6. Fold
I probably don't show that hand, Tom. I don't do a ton of showing at final tables.
all in. C8.
Graphics say Bob has 9-5 suited, moves all in. 15 bigs, that's a big shove. I don't know that you need to do that with that hand.
C12, C1 fold.
but going to be tough for Naveen to pull there. Kyle asking, am I jamming 8s with 15 big blinds under the gun? Uncle T says yes. I say it depends. So the biggest thing it depends on is the other stacks. If I'm covering like 2 or 3 players, then I'm definitely not folding. I might even be, I'm definitely not shoving. I might even be folding because I really don't want to be going broke before one of those short stacks, especially if they're like 3 big blinds and they're about to blind out of the tournament. That would be disastrous from an ICM standpoint. The other thing would be if I'm going to play this hand, what size do I use? I tend to either limp or min raise that deep. Like 15 is a bit excessive unless I know that my opponents are going to be folding things that they shouldn't be folding. Like if I have some mega nit that's going to fold 9s, then let's go to town. And looks like blinds are up. And looks like it's actually 150, 300. 150, 300, 300. There are now less than 100 big blinds in play. We have 8 players, and there are less than 100 big blinds in play. Let's round up, though. What is 100 divided by 8? It's 12 and a half. Nobody's got any friggin' chips. Callion with 2 7s.
Call 300,000 C4.
Chooses to limp.
Fold C5, fold C6, fold C7,
Oh, let's do the small, big blinds rather. Dr. Lawyer, 1.1 million. That's about 4 bigs behind. Gets a free look. Flops something, see what happens. He's got about pot behinds. If he flops anything, I think he's going to be in there. 8 deuce deuce. That's really not much. Check check. 7 still way ahead. Double paired board. This ace might be feeling pretty good about life. I don't know.
bet 300,000 C3.
Dr. Lawyer going for the min bet, 300K.
C4.
If I'm Callion, I'm just flatting, and I think that's what he's done. Give him every chance to bluff. Give him every chance to overvalue that ace. Ace on the river! It's not an overvalue anymore. Now it's just pure value. Do we shove or do we check call? I might check call. We don't have a kicker. We don't want to let Callion only call with a hand that beats us. Hello, Barry Greenstein, ace on the river. Looks like a min bet from Dr. Lawyer gets snapped off. And he'll show. 3 pair beats 3 pair. Aces and 8s with a 3. Gonna beat the 8s and 7s. Tony Turgeson, good to see you in the chat. I like your thinking. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Tell the world you enjoy TCH Live. And yeah, 2 streams tonight on this channel. We got this 300K guarantee from TCH Social Austin, wrapping up our grand opening week. And up in Dallas, the final table of the Poker Atlas Tour main event, the $900 buy-in there, $1 million guarantee. Don't know where they're at in their game. But I think we're just about at the witching hour here with the average stack being so tiny. Cowboy Tony ripping the king deuce and terrible timing. Callion waking up with the ladies on the big blind. Cowboy Tony at risk. Queens versus King Deuce. Let's go. There's the set for Callion. Cowboy Tony down to runners. He's got the open ender. There's a sweat ace or a 9. No, Cowboy Tony eliminated in 8th place. Callion's Queens going to get the job done. Wow. Tony going for the aggression as he finally stepped in it. We've seen him do it before. Like I said at the top of the show, you either end up with a pile of chips or you run into it. And unfortunately, the latter has happened, and Cowboy Tony going to be sent on his way in 8th place, which is going to be good for $5,960. Well done. The remaining 7 players have locked up $7,200. Our next ladder will be at $8,810. Not a bad day. Yeah, I think shoving King Deuce for 11 bigs, King Deuce offsuit, you probably didn't have to do that from a GTO standpoint. That said, we've seen some overfolds. And like when you're seeing ridiculous folds getting made, I don't know how aware he is of those. Then you can definitely shove wider. And just getting the graphics sorted out here. Apologies for the technical problem. 7 players left. We see 4 of these players at or below 10 big blinds. King Deuce probably shoves for like less chips, blind versus blinds. Yeah, Shaggy, 8th place, that's, what did I say, 5,900 and change? That's, how many buy-ins? That's 29 buy-ins. 29 buy-ins is a lot. Like, you've got 200 buy-ins up top, and for anybody curious, the min cash was $400 in our various starting fights. Leo deciding this is the moment for him. King Jack offsuit. 9 big blinds go to the middle. Bob waking up with ace queen. The nightmare for Leo. He's not even going to get past the first player, I don't think. And so it's like, come on, man. Bob is going to reshove, so we're going to see ourselves a run out. Ace queen for Naveen. Naveen with the decision here. So Naveen covers Leo, but he does not cover Bob. The nightmare would be if he ends up in 3rd place since he goes broke before Leo. That would not be great. Not that really anybody has a lot of chips to where we can think about ladders. There's not really tiny stacks to where we can worry a ton about laddering. Ace queen offsuit here. If I'm Naveen, I think I fold here against a shove and effectively another shove. Our graphics say he called, but he has just crumbs behind. I don't like ace queen offsuit here. So I think Naveen has a legitimate decision. He does make the fold. And so we're going to go to a run out here. We see a couple of these aces spoken for. And David with the ace-6 offsuit. Surely this will fold. All right, so can ace-queen hold against Leo's king-jack? It is Leo at risk. Needs to find a king or a jack. Here we go. There's the king. Leo pulls ahead. Bob needs an ace. Only one left. One last chance. Also picked up the wheel draw, but it's going to be the pair of kings for Leo. Going to double up. Going to leave Bob on fumes. Bob very, very perilously close to elimination. But you know what? We saw him with 3 big blinds earlier, and here he is, still in this tournament. He can do it again. Let's all cheer for Bob to go for another spin. Nicole, we're playing 40-minute blinds here. So our day ones, 30 minutes, 30-minute levels. And from day 2 onwards, 40 minutes. Seven players left. Yeah, now we're playing poker. Now I'm with you, Kyle. I was folding that ace-queen offsuit as well. And you're right, Tom. I don't ever like ace-queen. I don't like ace-queen. Too many horror stories. Bob has king 4 offsuit under the gun. He is going to shove for 800,000. Because the big blind ante is a thing, I don't blame him for doing this at all. And he's not even going to get past Naveen, who has an ace. He's going to reshove, going to make it tough for anybody else to act on this unless they've got a true monster. Naveen kind of putting himself at risk in that regard. Like, if he just runs smack into it, it's going to be bad news. So now it's Bob who's going to have to find a king or a 4. Otherwise, he'll be going home. No help for him. Queen 8 deuce. There's a 10. One last chance. Another queen. Bob going to be eliminated in 7th place. Good run, Bob. Thanks for playing. And, man, that's just how it goes sometimes. Like, you have 3 big blinds, you have 30 big blinds, you have 3 big blinds. But, you know, he could have easily been 9th. Instead, he's going to be 7th. He's going to get $7,200. Hey, 7 deuce. And that's $2,200 that he probably didn't expect to have a couple hours ago when he was down to crumbs. Remaining 6 players have secured $8,810. Next time we lose a player, we get into 5-figure territory, $10,930. The next ladder, a little over $2,000. These are some meaningful jumps. Yeah, if Naveen's going to play that hand, you definitely have to play it as a reshove. I agree with that, but you're taking that bit of a chance, and it's just worth mentioning. David with the 8s. Gonna go for the raise. Goes for the min raise. Leo with ace queen. This might be it. 20 big blinds. Small blind versus button. You could just shove. And he does. He moves all in. He moves all in. Naveen will get out of there. David with the pocket 8s. If the tiny stack of Bob were still here, I would fold. But reality is not a lot of hiding spots for anybody anymore. I think we got to call and pray. I think we got to make the call here. I don't think the chip dynamics really let us make a lot of folds right now. But he does make the fold. He proves me wrong. I don't think there's any tiny stacks. So we'll continue on six-handed. And yeah, that is a lot of David's stack, but the question is, like, what do we think Leo's shoving range is?
C4, fold. C5, fold.
Jacks for David.
C6, raise, 600,000.
Goes for another min raise.
C1, fold.
Dr. Lawyer. Sub 10, okay. Maybe we wait him out. We could get behind that.
7 right.
So Tommy states 53.47. I mean, do we think Leo ever has sevens? Do we think he ever has sixes? Fives? Is it all just big pairs, big aces? That's the tricky thing. We never really know Leo's complete range. Unless we see him shove light. Like if he shoves aces, that doesn't tell us a lot. Of course he shove aces, but you shove like ace 10 suited or something, that tells you a lot. Leo with threes in the cutoff.
C7, raise, 600,000. C1, fold.
Leo going for the min raise. Callion has two queens. Does he set a trap or does he move all in? He moves all in. Not all in. I stand corrected. He's half in, 2 million, which is gonna telegraph where this is heading. I don't think it's heading anywhere good for pocket threes. Threes hit the muck. Callion with a little pickup here. Every pickup's so valuable. Our average stack is below 20 big blinds. There's nobody who's deep here. Have not heard any chop talk yet either. Nice to see them still going at it. This is anyone's game.
C6, fold. C7, fold.
King, queen for Naveen. 20 bigs deep.
C1, raise, all in.
Moves all in. Massive shove for Naveen. We'll get the job done. We see our chip leader, David, with 7.2 million. That's not a lot. That's 24 bigs. That's nothing. Dr. Lawyer, our one player who is sub 10 big blinds at the moment. It is getting real. I agree, Tom. King 5 suited in the hijack. Naveen going to limp. Dr. Warrior, Jack 10 offsuit. Limps behind. See if anyone decides to pop these guys. What does the big blinds have? He has a free look if he wants it. He has 4-3. I think we're taking that free look. Seeing how hard we can hit it. So we've got a tiny stack and we got two big stacks in this hand. And it's the short stack that has flopped the nuts. Dr. Lawyer has flopped Broadway. Naveen has second pair. And is about to make a donation to Dr. Lawyer's student loan debt that he undoubtedly has if you're both a doctor and a lawyer. I have no idea if he's a doctor and a lawyer, but it's not cheap to become either of those.
Round hand 85. The RF configure went down. Don't land on the door, Kristen.
800 from Naveen. Dr. Lawyer, do we want to jam? Or do we want to just flat? He is going to jam. Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. I probably just call it. Well, Naveen's going to call anyway. And Naveen's going to need to backdoor boat, or he could make the same straight to chop. Naveen drawing to a miracle, otherwise Dr. Lawyer going to double. And the miracle is not going to happen. Dr. Lawyer will be doubling up here. And so we're going to see Dr. Lawyer get back above 10 big blinds. And this is the danger of limping King 5 in the hijack. Like, that is loose. Like, if you're going to play that hand, I would raise it, give my opponents the chance to fold. Otherwise, I'm probably just letting it go, especially with ICM being a thing. Like, we don't want to be the one on the ropes here. And so, I mean, Dr. Lawyer went onto the flop with 6 bigs. I just don't want to let Naveen have the chance to make some kind of a hero fold, which is why I tend to call. Because, like, then stack to pot's like way less than 1, and if turn goes check, check, I can shove river because I just know I'm never, ever not getting it in. Naveen with king, queen suited. Moves all in. 4.2 million, 14 bigs. You know what, though? These tournaments are a long grind, and nobody's going to play perfect the entire time. Like, that might be a hand that he'd like back tomorrow. And we get the chip count, and he's going to get it through. It was actually somewhat less. Computer's having a bit of a problem with the all-in pots for some reason. I'm sure that'll get worked out at some point. in the near future.
Okay, that's interesting. Four. Fold C3. Fold C4. Fold C5.
Yes, poor Mel. Spare a thought for our producer having to fight the computer.
Raise C6, 600 plus.
David opening his ace.
All in, raise C4.
Naveen shoves his 8 big blinds with the ace jack offsuit. And David could consider calling ace 9's a little bit on the later side, but Naveen's been shoving a bunch, and we did just see him show up with king 5 not that long ago. So we could be ahead. Like, this could just be tilt. It is a hand in this case. Even some of the legitimate shoves we're doing okay against with ace 9, like the more traditional shoves. Like a lot of suited aces could be shoving here. Suited broadways could be shoving here. Ace 9 could be good. So it's a tough spot for David. He may decide to find a better one. He is going to decide to find a better one. Well, you don't show the eights when you shove them. Like when you shove them for piles, I probably don't show them. Like eights are like you could justify shoving eights. It's probably not optimal, but it probably is a profitable shove if you ran the numbers. It's not the most profitable one necessarily. But yeah, like you're showing some amount of strength. David opens the king jack. Dr. Lawyer has 2 aces. Facing a min raise in the big blinds. 14 big blinds after he posts. We could flat and set a trap, or we could 3-bet small. And he is going to 3-bet. He wants to get paid by David. He wants to get paid. 1.45 million the 3-bet. David has 2 broadways. David calls in position. He's going to take a flop. Pray that he doesn't flop top pair. He's probably on the hook for a double up if he flops a king or a jack. He does flop a king. Oh no, king, queen, deuce, 2 clubs. His backdoor not live. Dr. Warrior with the overpair and a pot-sized bet behind. Goes small. He goes tiny. 600,000. 600,000, just a little sprinkle. Get called by a draw, induce a shove. You can't fold top pair now. You could call and give him a chance to bluff.
Raise.
He raises. He raises and all in and a call, I think. No, not yet. 1.6 million. He stuck a 1 on it. 1.6 million. Doesn't look like he has a lot behind. I don't know if the graphic's right with his chip count. Dr. Lawyer's asking how much is behind. I think this is less than $1 million behind, actually. If we're Dr. Lawyer, we could call off on any turn and shove river if he doesn't shove the turn for us. We're just trying to get the money in. If we're Dr. Warrior, we're just trying to find the way to get all the chips in. And if he's outflopped us, God bless him. That's poker. We do have the backdoor clubs, the backdoor Broadway. We'll set his cards again. I think Dr. Lawyer is thinking through all of his options here. I mean, he's not going to fold, but I think calling and shoving are both viable. Like, the end goal is, like, we want an all-in. Like, that's our end goal. What's the way to do that? We don't want King Jack to get off the hook. We don't want King 10 to get off the hook. We don't want Ace King to get off the hook. I don't think he's that worried about top two. Like, if he's got it, he's got it. He folds aces! He folds aces! Maybe he is worried about top two. The least expected option. Anyone in the chat, can you honestly tell me you think he was going to fold aces? Wow. That is a tight fold.
That's the quickest part of my whole career.
So, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say there. If we were going to fold this flop, or really any flop, why are we calling pre-flop? Why are we not just shoving pre-flop and not letting something disgusting happen? That's what I would say there. So I would like if I think I could find myself folding something like King Queen Deuce, I am shoving pre-flop and not letting myself get in that spot. And I'm not getting any more money out of David.
It's a remarkably powerful mechanism for such a little player.
Yeah, like if I'm going to set the trap, and I've done this. I've set this trap myself, and it blew up in my face on stream. You can go back in the TCH Live archives. We got almost 5 years worth of shows now. I made a Sunday final table back when we used to do these around here, or at the old Austin location, and I got down to heads up, and I got aces in the big blinds. I set the trap, and it blew up in my face. He flopped trips on me, and that was the end of the tournament. Well, the point was, like, I made my bet. Like, I knew that, you know, I'm going to be getting in no matter what. That's the thing. You're never dead. Kyle's right. You're never dead. And I do think we've had another technical malfunction. I saw Kristen go under the table. There's some cables and stuff under there. The players are going to take a short break while we make the technology do the right thing. I see our Chief Operating Officer, Victor, with the suit, with a rack in his hands. I think he's probably going to gross up some of these 25K chips while we're on break. We don't need quite as many as we have on the table. Just a guess. We see Mel in there. Anytime the players take a break, they are going to get the chip counts double checked, make sure that they're right. And I'm going to show the payouts because somebody asked me to. Our 6 remaining players. If this will work. There we go. This works at least. Our 6 remaining players have locked up $8,810. Bob got 7th place, $7,200. Tony got 8th place, Cowboy Tony, $5,960. Team Singh got a little bit disappointed, 9th place, $4,990. 49,680 to first place, 30,200 to second, 20,370 to third, 14,280 to fourth, 10,930 for fifth place. Next time we lose a player, we're going to be in 5-figure score territory, which is really sweet. So, yeah, that is the surprise of the night. Yeah, if it's your time, it's your time. If I set the trap with aces and it blows up in my face, so be it. I got the spot I wanted. And you could just as easily, he could flop top pair, which is what David did. He could flop top pair, and now he's going to double you. I wonder if he does the same thing if he's facing an all-in rather than like a most in like we saw, where he's leaving some money behind. It's like, hey, it's not for your tournament life, I promise. Razor Pup, great to see you. Like, assuming the graphics are right that he had aces, and like he probably had aces. Like, how many hands are gonna take that line? Shaggy wondering, was there an overlay? Yes, there was. Unfortunately, there was an overlay. So prize pool was guaranteed $300,000. It was $300,000. We got, I believe it was 1,143 entries. And even if club access fees were not a thing, that still doesn't add up to 300K. So, yeah, there was a bit of money kicked in. But you know what? Part of the grand opening week, money's been getting kicked in all week. Opening night, there was a tournament with 10K added up top. There were some insane promos, and I'm sure we'll see some more promos getting announced really soon. And speaking of announcements, while we do have a break, we made the announcement at the last break, the scheduled one. Texas Card House presents the brand new Trailblazer Poker Tour Tournament Series. First stop is going to be right here, TCH Social Austin, back half of October. $2 million in guarantees. QR code will take you to the website with the details there. Full schedule will get announced in the future, and that'll show up on Poker Atlas and at TexasCardHouse.com. Be sure and check that out. I'm sure I will be firing away. I won't even have to drive very far. Wonderful thing. I look forward to this. This is an amazing room. I think TCH has really outdone themselves with this club. I think it's the nicest room in Texas. It's the nicest room I've been in. I've been in a lot of rooms in a lot of cities. And I'm not just saying this because I'm sitting here in the booth, but it's really awesome. Think our system's rebooted. Apologies for that pause. Phil, yeah, if the graphics were right, he folded aces. Tom, you tell us about the live stream tomorrow. They don't tell me the schedule ahead of time. Yeah, I don't know the live stream schedule. Are we doing a show from Austin tomorrow? Like, I know the plan is to be doing them on Wednesdays, cash game streams, but yeah, I haven't heard the schedule. Last week we did a 510. That was off the hook. David cracking aces without actually making a better hand. Now goes for the min raise from the hijack. And Jack 7's going to outflap him pretty hard. Top 2 for Callion, who's going to lead all in. The overbet wants to deny equity to overs, to diamonds. And David's going to look at the king queen. He's going to muck it. Okay, so you heard it from Uncle T. Uncle T and Kyle going to be in the booth tomorrow for a 510 cash game. TCH Social Austin right back here on this channel. Be sure to subscribe, get your notifications turned on, find out each and every time we are on the air across our 4 streaming locations: Austin, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. 510 tomorrow. Have a great show. I'll be tied up with a fantasy football draft tomorrow evening, and hopefully that goes well. Hopefully my season is less of a disaster than last year. I will not be drafting Aaron Rodgers this time. I took Aaron Rodgers, and he lasted 4 plays. Luckily, I had Brock Purdy, so it wasn't that bad. Like, I took him, like, ends of the draft as an insurance policy against a quarterback who was almost 40. And Jeffrey gets a walk. You are watching TCH Live from the brand new TCH Social in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit, with you for some tournament action. Final table of our grand opening 300K guarantee tournament. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers was my ace queen of quarterbacks. That's a nice line. I'm not actually a Jet fan, for the record. I'm a Bronco fan, but I despise Sean Payton. I think he did Russell Wilson dirty. And I look forward to Wilson kicking their butts week 2, because Sean Payton deserves to be taken down a peg. Any other hot takes about football season starting up on Thursday? You've heard mine. David going to defend against Dr. Lawyer. They're going to go another round. Dr. Lawyer with just 1 ace this time, which is less than 2. No, he hasn't defended yet. He's going to size him up. Given what we just saw, he could consider a 3-bet. But defending is fine as well. Heads up we go. 9-7-5, and both players miss. Ace high still ahead for Dr. Lawyer, but David could credibly rep this flop. 9-7-5 is really good for the big blinds, generally. We'll set his cards. Is he considering a lead? I don't hate leading, especially if you have an opponent who you think is going to make some snug folds.
Bet 700,000.
700K, the bet from David. He does go for the lead. He leads half pot. Dr. Lawyer with just 1 ace and a backdoor makes the fold. So David going to steal another one off of Dr. Lawyer. Jake thinks Cowboy Tony played great. He played a solid game. He was on the aggressive side, which at a lot of final tables is going to work, like especially at these stakes, like at 250. And it did blow up in his face, unfortunately. He did run into it for a somewhat sizable pot, and that was sort of the beginning of the end. Which does happen. Like you're either going to chip up and you're going to have a real chance to win the tournament, or you're going to run into it and maybe not get lucky, and then things might go the wrong way for you. Part of the game, though, he probably aggressed his way to the final table. Over to Jeffrey, King 10, 2 broadways on the button. He's got 13 bigs. I think we got to be opening this hand. He does. It looks like 600K. That greenish chip is $500,000. Blue chip is 100K. Red is 25K. Leo with a similar stack on the big blinds. He's dominated Queen 10 offsuit. I don't think we can fold this hand. It's either flat it or shove it. Button should be opening pretty wide. We can get a fair amount of folds if we shove. Could also flat. You are getting excellent pot odds. Try and flop yourself something, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go heads up. That's Jack 9-3 Rainbow on the flop. That is an open ender for Leo. Check, check. I think Leo could fire this turn, which is a 7. Straightens the board out. Puts a second spade up. This is a more favorable turn for Leo's range, I think. I think we got to bet this. I think Leo's thinking we got to bet this. Leo might have more chips than the graphics say. I see 2 million in red. I see a bunch of blue behinds. That's $1 million, about 2/3 pot. Jeffrey has a double gutter. King high is the best hands. Over in a double gutter, could call once. The question is, does Leo follow through on the river? Jeffrey lets it go. Blinds are up. 200, 400, 400. 28 million point something chips in play. 20 point something million chips in play. That's like 70 something big blinds. Nobody has chips. Nobody has chips. Our chip leader has 15 bigs. There's 16 bigs. 200, 400, 400. Graphics haven't caught up yet. Callion, who I believe is second in chips with a suited ace. King 7 suited for David. And we get a limp. Leo, small blinds. He's dominated. 9-7 suited. Wouldn't be surprised if he limps behind. Has 400. We are up. Graphics are a little bit off. Everyone gets a 7. Naveen gets a 7. Naveen's going to rip it. Naveen's going to punish the limpers. And David's going to say, just kidding. I don't think Leo can call with the 9 high. So Naveen can steal himself a couple of blinds in addition to what he posted. Tom, you have the funniest autocorrect. I'll tell you where there's a good stove, the kitchen of TCH Social, making some great food. Nice menu here. Give it a try. As well as a bar. King Jack folding. I don't know that we have enough chips to be folding Broadway cards at this point. And then hold our nose and call when Naveen shoves on us. We're going to get a walk. Dr. Wire getting the walk. Uncle T likes the chicken sandwich. I like the chicken tenders. Like the portion size is absurd. Like you get a lot of meat for your money. Those chicken tenders, let me tell you. Two whole fried chickens. Okay, that sounds like a lot of chicken. And Kyle likes the salmon. Dr. Warrior Clean Deuce going to shove into Callion. And 10-9 offsuit. I don't think we can call. Chat Star, I don't know about the gluten and dairy-free options. You could call up the club and ask. I haven't looked at the menu in that much detail. I don't know what the options are there. Wish I knew. And getting a dealer change. And see who's coming in. One of the faces I don't immediately recognize. So many new faces around here. Like we've gone from having a 10 table room to having a 40 plus table room, and you get a lot more people, and the great people that just haven't really met yet. And says that's Justin in the box. Okay. I believe you. See if we get a shot of the name tag. Shout out to all of our amazing dealers. Like we've seen a few of them tonight. Russell, Sal, Dan. Our floors. All the staff, like production, you've seen Kristen and Mel around. You've seen Victor, and we see Callion taking a pot down. You know what, Chat Star? I think for some players, it's a lot easier to make the shove than it is to make the call. which is also it's an argument in the camp for just shove the aces, like whether it was pre-flop or on the flop. If you're more comfortable making the shove, make the shove. Be the one betting. Like when you're the one doing the betting, then the other player gets a chance to fold. Ten-9 suited folding. That's a shove candidate. We're so short. Callion with jacks on the button. Makes it $1 million. Okay, no, he was big blinds. We had it wrong. Okay. This hand could shove. This hand could defend. It's going to defend. We're going to go heads up. 2.6 million in the middle. Stacks of pots 2. There's a 9 and a jack and a 10. And the open ender. The 10 has the open ender. This could just bomb all in. We have a set of jacks. Set of jacks for Callion, but he's got to fade it. David with a pair and an open ender. See if he makes the call for what may be his tournament life. It is super close, these stacks. Bottom pair with a straight draw. If you have a club, you feel better about it. What does he do? I don't know that he makes the call here.
We're going to fix those, but it's not going to go pop. So that's going to be, I guess, a thing where you can just talk about the chop they did.
Okay, you're going to give me the numbers?
I'm getting it right now.
All right. And that shove is going to get through. Not quite enough hands to make the call. I think if he has top pair, he calls. I don't think bottom pair can call as easily. Like imagine it's like King 10 or Queen 10, and like now you got the same draw, but you're up against the better pair, and you're just toast. 2 outs to win, a few more to chop. You don't want that. Like, there's always the chance that the aces were misread, but I mean, given the amount of tanking and the on all the streets, it wouldn't surprise me if that was actually aces. Naveen gonna shove the 10-3 offsuit. Callion, our chip leader, with 6s. Makes the fold. Ace-9 of spades for Leo. Gonna get the count. Graphics say that he covers him slightly. Mixon, good to see you. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you're running good. Saw you around here for this tournament. Leo gonna make the call. Naveen got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Okay, so we've had a misread. It's actually ace-6 offsuit. It's not 10-3. It's ace-6 offsuit. So this is actually worse news for Naveen. He's dominated. And he needs a 6. Spade draw. And an ace. And Naveen, I believe, is going to be eliminated in 6th place. Excellent call by Leo. Naveen took the aggressive route, did not get rewarded this time. And hey, there's a million chips in there. Why not go for it? It's a thought that a lot of players are going to have. And okay, Mixon 37th on 1 bullet. Yeah, 19th on 4 bullets for me. So Naveen's been eliminated, and show you the payouts real quick. Naveen is going to take home $8,810. Everyone has locked up $10,930, our remaining players, and still playing for a lot more up top. We'll see if we go the distance here. Stack's getting so short, we'll see if there's any negotiating that starts up. There's always that dynamic as well that maybe you're waiting somebody out, see what happens with the short stack. Jeffrey, a short stack with 2 red kings, moves all in, just under 6 bigs. David has ace jack offsuit, and it's a hand that should probably just get in. It's going to be an unfortunate outcome, probably, but we are at that point. Leo with a bunch of chips to his immediate left. David lets it go. Leo has ace queen. Great fold by David. Leo's going to try and take care of Jeffrey. Leo's going to need some help, though. Ace queen and underdog against 2 kings. We've seen one of the aces hit the muck. Can the kings hold? Jeffrey at risk. Six, 5, 3, 9. One more chance. Jeffrey going to double up at Leo's expense. Justin going to get the bill and going to get it shipped over to Jeffrey. David gets off the hook. I wonder if Leo goes with it if David had made the call or the reshove. And ace queen would have been good for the side pot. You'd have had David out in 5th place if it had come to that. All right. Yeah, Leo's made a great comeback. I agree. Queen jack suited for David. Suited broadways. And that is an all-in. Graphics say 800. He put out the all-in button, though, so I'm going to say that's an all-in. And it gets through. Raggedy ace for David. Pulls the Callion with the 9-6 suited. Lamson Jeffrey with the steam toll, the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. Moves all in. Callion not in great shape with his hands. Lets it go. And Jeffrey takes this one down. Here comes hand number 99. Or not?
He said yes.
Okay, so.
Victor, should I continue or?
Okay, so the players are going to take a timeout here. So I imagine the rule's the same here as it is at the other locations. Generally, well, what you do is we'll let the players pause the clock once to discuss ICM numbers, and I believe that's what's happening here, like to discuss chops and to compute the ICM numbers. So ICM would be the independent chip model. That's basically a way to assign dollar values to tournament chips when payouts are a thing. And so they're going to discuss those numbers, discuss whether they want to make a chop, whether it be for that number or maybe they move some money around. So we're going to get chip counts and we're going to run the numbers through an ICM calculator, and then the players are going to decide what to do. In the meantime, if you've got questions for me in the chat or things you want to discuss in the chat, let's talk. Uncle T asking, what good comes out of showing? I think referring to when Naveen had showed the pocket eights earlier. And I think if you're trying to cultivate an image, like that's why you would show cards. Maybe you're trying to say, I swear I'm not in it. Or maybe you're trying to say, I swear I'm not insane, I just have it. So like that's where I would do it. I'm generally not giving away a ton of information though for free. Carl with an example of when you might decide to show. Just now when Leo showed. I've already forgotten what Leo had. And I think if you're trying to cultivate an image, like that's why we do it.
I knew it wasn't.
So I give. So okay, like Carl says, like if you get a tank fold, then, seat 5, Jeffrey, seat 5. Yeah, I think he's just trying to say like I'm not goofing around. Yeah, so like if you've just had a tank, then maybe we show to try and get in their head. Kyle making a prediction that maybe somebody decides to veto it. So here's the thing. If you have a skill edge, then play on for sure. If you're here for the glory, if you're here for the trophy, play on. The other side of the coin is it's a lot of money for a $250 buy-in. And, I mean, some of these stocks are probably worth darn near $30K. Like most, if not all of them, are going to be worth $20,000 something. Whereas, and if you look at our payouts, I mean, right now, you could go broke. An average stack is less than 20 bigs. Anyone could go broke, and you're getting 11K when you could have had twice that just by saying chop. Of course, by not saying chop, somebody could make more than twice that. They could make almost 50K. How much variance do you want? That's the real question.
450,000, 4.5 million, sorry. Would be 23,295. 5,800,000 would be 25,887. 6,900,000 $950,000 would be $27,892. $8,025,000 would be $29,569.
You hear Kristen giving them the numbers.
We will have to. Well, we have to play down. We have to play down for a winner for the trophy.
We can do that. Take the money and play for the trophy. Yeah. Take the money and play for the trophy. But I'd really like a trophy. Yeah.
And I was in this spot in Houston. It was a similar spot, and we ended up chopping. I also had no gas in the tank. That's another consideration. Can I keep playing well when I'm playing the biggest stakes I've ever played? Can I play well? Must be unanimous.
No deal. Fuck him up. We're going to cover the other 24,000.
Thumbs up here, thumbs up, Nori, thumbs up.
All right, guys.
Looks like we have an ICF.
We do have a chop. We do have a chop. So, going to run through some numbers. I don't know if they're going to come up on the screen or not. So, we'll go over the final chip counts. Leo had 8,025,000. Callion had 6,950,000. David had 5.8 million. Jeffrey, 4.5 million. Dr. Warrior, 2,650,000. So, I mean, our big stack had 20 big blinds, and our average was considerably smaller. We'll go over the payout numbers from bottom to top. Dr. Warrior, our short stack, takes home $18,815. Jeffrey, $23,295. David, talking about this hands.
Well, it didn't work out very much because I didn't raise you that. You bet 600, I bet 1.6.
No, it's not how much you raise. It's your own. It's an effective one.
Well, and I made a mistake. What do you want me to say?
No, I'm just genuinely curious what you thought.
I thought I had
I think he did have aces.
you played it so weak.
So where were we? David had $25,887. Callion, $27,892. Heck of a comeback. Leo, our winner, $29,569.
I was astounded when I was watching it over here. I went, wait a minute, he's got aces and I got king jack. They got that wrong. Because they're showing, I saw my outs up there and it looked like I had a big full house. Because the flop was king queen. It was too clever.
Talking about what they saw on the screen. So the screens out there will have the stream on the 15-minute delay. Like, they obviously didn't see the cards live, but they see them 15 minutes later, just like all of us do, including myself. That was a heck of a hand. That was the hands of the night. So to go over these numbers again, Leo taking home $29,569, chops with the chip lead. Callion, $27,892. David, $25,887. Jeffrey, $23,295. Dr. Warrior, $18,815. And the rest of our players, we'll get the payouts up. Naveen got 6th place for $8,810. Bob, 7th place for $7,200. Cowboy Tony, 8th place for $5,960. And Singh got 9th place, $4,990. Congratulations to all of our players making final table.
Now give me a check.
Just discussing payouts now and how to do that. So, yeah, you'll often take a check for an amount of money like this. That's a good idea. You don't want to be walking around with a bunch of cash or anything. So, definitely recommended that you do that. And there is, of course, a tax form that comes with this amount of money. All right. So, thank you so much for being here, everyone. It was a real pleasure to get to share this final table with you. Sorry for that late start. We had a little technical hiccup, but We got past it, and we got some amazing poker. And I hope you enjoyed that. Be sure and join us again tomorrow night, 5:10 cash game. Uncle T and Kyle Frisbee in the booth for that one. Should be an amazing one if it's anything like last week. Last week was incredible.
Keep your seatbelts on because it's going to be a bumpy ride, baby. I know when you jam,
I know it's not really fair to show the trophy after the chop, but I don't know if they want to go back and forth.
Let me see this trophy.
Okay, I'm not chopping now. I kind of thought about it. I was like, wait, they might not want to chop if they see this thing.
We got the trophy. We got the trophy.
Custom made from this guy in Dallas. We love these things. Racehorse the trophy now?
TCH trophy. Imagine you racehorse for a trophy. Think we're going to get a winner photo here. Thanks to everyone here, the dealers, production, David, Kristen, Mel, COO Victor, ownership, Ryan the CEO, all the fours. All of our players coming out for this tournament, coming out to this room.
Do you want the box in the picture, Victor, or no?
That's the dream, the winner photo right there. You love to see it. Well done, Leo. Our champion tonight. What a way to ring in the new room.
Guys, we'll be a few minutes just spread the payouts for everybody, obviously.
You told me to hold off on everything. So yeah, give me those cards.
Let's have a picture. All of us. Everybody with the trophy? Yeah, why not?
Group photo. Yeah, let's go group photo.
Get over here.
You all earned it. You all played your guts out for 4 hours.
I am in there, Robbie. What do you want me to do? I don't need to stand up. I'm as tall as him anyway. No, we don't want him.
I'll break the camera. Congratulations.
You winning is so great for the poker community. The way you play PLO, this is amazing.
It's gonna be in the economy tomorrow. Is the economy doing better now? All of a sudden, a lot better.
Well, not with Leo winning.
What do you think about that ace?
I didn't see it. I was dealing over there, but the whole table was going nuts, going, how does he fold aces? But I didn't see the hand.
We're all going to be talking about that hands. All right. So, on that note, time to sign off. Thank you all so much for watching. Be sure and join us again. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, get the notifications on, find out every single time we're on the air.
Okay.
Now I'm